Alright. Doing one more. I'm doing one more Aviassembly stream before we resume the regularly scheduled programming. It's fine. I'm not addicted. It's okay. What's wrong? There's not a problem here. But I have a couple more ideas for things to do. The first being, so we need something fast, right, for all the timed cargo missions. And so we've got this cockpit. Which is like there are a few things that look like that. Get into that here. We've got these wings. Do not have the large jet wing yet, but we have these wings. Okay. And then we have this jet engine, which is actually quite small. I mean, I guess if you were using like one of these cockpits, it might look those are closer to the correct size. If we're using this cockpit, it's like they're pretty small, and that kind of limits what we can do with it. They are extremely powerful though. 65 thrust, which is even more than the big ones. So there is that. There is that. Okay. But yeah, I definitely want to use this cockpit. And the one that I don't have unlocked, that's like the Bell X1, basically. You can make the Bell X1, because it's like that cockpit, and then the rocket engine, you're there. But I don't really want to do that. And this does have twice the fuel consumption. But it's also half the weight. I mean, it's more than twice the fuel consumption. It's 10 versus 4. Interesting. So it's not fuel efficient, but it is weight efficient, right? That's the way to look at it. This thing, much more fuel efficient because it uses 40% of the fuel to generate 2/3 as much thrust. However, it's twice as heavy. So more fuel efficient, less weight efficient. Interesting ways to think about it. Okay, but my ideas for this are the Twitch chat. Not that. Can't do that. This, the B1 Lancer with that cockpit, I think it's pretty good. However, I need bigger wings. I think I would need the big jet wings in order to do that. But I will say that if you compare, like, I think overall we're scaled down a little bit, but as far as the size of these engines compared to the size of this cockpit, I think that proportion is largely correct, because the B1 has like 4 smaller engines, which I think the Concorde does as well. So you can make like a small cord, if you will. They really do look like the B1 Lancer engines. But again, I don't have the wings, right? These are the best wings I got, and they're not big enough. I would need large jet wings, and even those aren't quite the right shape to do this. But so 4 of these engines at 10 fuel consumption, that's, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Okay, but then we have the Tu-22. Cockpit is maybe not quite as much of a match. Where'd you go? I mean, it's not a million miles away. It is a tubular aircraft. Unfortunately, I don't really have a cockpit that I could make a convincing F4, I think. These engines are not even big enough for an F4. But this... oh, this is a Libyan one. Interesting. I mean, if you look at spin around. This fuselage is the wrong shape, obviously. I was trying to do something which I will show you in a moment. I mean, we don't usually get wings that are that close to the right shape. They're a little bit short, but like the wings are short, the engine is small. No. The engines are the wrong shape, of course. But we've seen worse. Okay, then the next option, which I think might actually be the best match for this cockpit, although it is still a little bit different, is the Tu-22M, which is really weird that it's called that because it's a completely different aircraft. Drag chutes. We do have drag chutes in this game. Show me like a top view. Oh, yeah, and it's a swing wing design too. I feel like I need bigger wings. Also, I need engines that extend from just behind the cockpit all the way back to here, and we don't have engines like that, fortunately. So oh yes, look at him go. Ukraine getting rid of their nuclear weapons in exchange for guarantees that the border won't change. Look at him go. Because this was a nuclear bomber, as was the B-1. I mean, I could try, but it's just, I just don't have. These engines are monstrous on the Tu-22M. Absolute monsters. And I just don't think I can make it convincing. That is a gorgeous picture. A very good looking aircraft, I think. Let me just look at what the here's the Concorde, which, yeah, it's like the same arrangement as the B-1 Lancer. We have those 4 engines underneath. I think that's what these engines are like for. These little guys. I think these are Concorde engines. And a Concorde cockpit. Which doesn't make sense because we do not have this wing. We really don't. Like, we need a much more swept wing even than this. We don't have that. Also, it's not quite the same cockpit because it doesn't do the doesn't do that fun little thing. But like, we've got I mean, it's too small anyway. Yeah, this is as close as it gets, and it's nowhere near swept enough. Maybe you could angle them in more, but anyway. So, but you could try. You could try to make a miniature Concorde with 4 of these engines. Similarly, you can make a miniature. That will be hard, though, if you look at the curves on those. That's a weird prototype. What does the rest of this say? No. It's like an electronically scanned array of some kind. But yeah, tuck those. They really do look. I think the Concorde engines are a little bit closer, but that's not far off. You can make like a miniature B1. I mean, everything in this game is kind of a miniature. In some way. Okay, but anyway. The thing that I was kind of trying to make here is the F-111. Another gorgeous aircraft. Used in Vietnam. I think the Australians got more use out of it than we did, though. Which is the funny thing, where like the best looking designs that we make, like the F5 too. Just you know, we hardly even use them. The F5 Freedom Fighter, hardly even used by the United States, but used quite a bit by others. But yeah, this thing, so this is another swing wing design, of course. And the cockpit is honestly not bad. You just have to slope it down. The issue is, as usual in this game, it's too round. Where it's actually supposed to be like higher than it is wide, and then it slopes off towards the back. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at here, but it's too wide. But, you know, other than that, it's not bad. I don't think. Again, though, the engines are too small. Because they start like this is kind of what I was trying to replicate here. The engines start right under the wing root. I do love me a shoulder-mounted wing. But yeah, they start here. Like, they start here, right? And they go all the way back. So these need to be like 2.5 times longer. But and I mean, for such a small aircraft, you could use these from a gameplay consideration, but that's just a commercial jet. So I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. So I think I need to either do the F-111 or the original Tu-22. I don't have the massive engines for the Tu-22M, unfortunately. The backfire. Oh, it's the strategic bomber and an anti-shipping. Well, I mean, we can load up a B2 with a bunch of of LRASMs, right? It's the same deal. So this might be easier just because it's so tubular. And I can just slap the engines either side of the wing. The F-111, I would have to, like, I'd have to add another piece of fuselage. Like, I'd have to make it into a T section, I think. Which might be interesting. It might be interesting. Come on. This is a good view of the underside. Yeah, it is kind of a little bit blocky down here, actually. It's kind of a corner that forms there and runs back to the gears are somewhere in here, I think. But that's like the wings are all the way back. Which is interesting. Gives that a lot of flexibility. In terms of how it can fly. There are no adjustable wings in this game, though, unfortunately. Let's try it. Let's try it. So let me pull up. The engines are nowhere near big enough, but just have to live with it. And I think what I want to do is I want to make like a wing root. Like a piece of fuselage that comes out here. Because the wing root starts like right behind the canopy, right? It's really interesting. But then it could just go straight back. But let's see here. Well, if I want it to go straight back, this should be well, should I have it taper up maybe? Fuselage. Maybe. Maybe. So let me, let's do that. That's actually angled up. Are we in the right position here? Like if I... Well, that's just because it's angled out. I think... Okay, the other question is how thick are these wings? Okay, I might need to start with... Okay. Yeah, I might need to start at that thickness in order to make those wings work. Extend it. Well, first we gotta make it wider. So if I brought this... No, it should be further back. It should be like halfway. There. Not too upset about it. And then thinner at the back, obviously. And probably not that wide. Might want it less wide at the front too, actually. Actually, here's what we'll do. Make this whole thing, we'll start in the back here. Line that up, just so. Lift it. I don't hate it. But yeah, it needs to be. Let's put our engine in there and see how it looks. So you'll have the engine and then canard goes on here. Tailplane. Okay. Okay. This a little bit boxier, actually. Oh, if you grab here, it does the whole thing, right? I mean, I feel like I need to get the wings on here before I really know whether I'm going to be happy with it. Okay. Another fuselage here. Oh, and I need to boxify this end as well a little bit. It's not really a good way to measure that. Oh, and then I was gonna make that thicker so the because when I put this wing on here, can we get away with that? Get away with that, I think. I don't know. I just bring it out through the cockpit. Lovely. But on the actual aircraft, it starts basically there. Canopy actually goes a little bit further back, I think. Do I fix things if I put the wing on? Maybe? Maybe? It's not terrible. Just don't look at it from above, because then it's very clearly just a box. You know what I mean? Just don't look at it from above. Yeah, the tail doesn't look particularly good either. Okay, well. where I'm gonna put the rear landing gear. I rotated too much. Okay. Way too close together. Where am I gonna put them? Here? This one's too big and these ones are too small. But you know, like maybe we should go back to the Tu-22 idea. Oh, can I not color the engines? That's interesting. Let's just see if she flies. Let's see if she flies. Ah. I see. It definitely flies. Definitely flies. Flies and then some. Uses up some fuel as well. Okay. It's such a box. It's such a box. Nope. Well. Maybe we do need drag chutes. When you have no fuel, you don't have any, we can fix the fuel problem. Our air brakes as well. Yeah, and these Delta wings don't come with any fuel, which is a bit of a problem. Oh, it actually has less fuel than the big one, but it's lighter and more aerodynamic. Interesting. I mean, that all of a sudden made it look a lot more like an F-111. Because, like, what is an F-111 without shit on its hard points? Just ignore the fact that the entire body back here. Just don't pay attention to that, all right? Don't worry about it. How do I deploy those? Let's find out. Oh, with the, that's very useful. If you just hold down the decrease thrust button, so you can brake in the air, because it's an air brake. Genius. Good lord, it is so overpowered. All right, well, let's see if easy. Easy game. Easy game. How many more do you need? Yeah, who needs full throttle? Yeah, and those tanks are very necessary, because without them, you have one of fuel. With them, you have 7. 7 times as much fuel. Very necessary. Those air brakes are so useful. I should have put them. Should put them like right at the tail there. That would look better. Might serve as a distraction for the shape that the tail is. If you look at it from like an oblique angle though, that's not bad. more. Yeah, that's like easy mode with the air brakes, because you don't have to worry about having too much juice. I mean, you do, but you have ways of fixing that problem. Being able to decelerate as quickly as you can accelerate. Pretty important. No, nobody needs those. May put these in a better spot. Yeah, if you just, well, but see, then you'd see that the engine is too small and the wrong color. So but I don't know how else, because you just need to make that flat top, which is really there just because the engines are so large. Like, that's essentially part of the engine housing. But I don't have those engines, so I need to replicate the same look. You know, I should also sync this tail fin a little bit. Might help. But you know, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh, interesting. The mounts for the drop tanks have more drag than the drop tanks themselves. Interesting. That's definitely something that could be changed in the design of that part. All right, well, let's do some more timed missions. Now the syringes are also fragile. So we'll have to see. And they're only 30 seconds. But I'm much more concerned about the fragility than about the time at this point. Got the time figured out. God, the back end is atrocious. Just squint, okay? Just squint. We'll be fine. I should have taken 4. In case one breaks. Oh well. I'll just have to not break any. Well, 4 wouldn't have helped, turns out. 'Cause I broke 2. Can you imagine, like, any real-world shipping situation where it's like, well, we just send, like, twice as many as we need, because we know it's half of them are gonna break. Can you imagine? Like, can we not come up with a better way to package these things? Oh boy. Just don't pay attention to where the landing gear are. But those are actually, like, fine. I thought they would be too close together and we'd have tipsy problems, like on the YC-14, but we're doing fine. But that's just because the aircraft is so small. I mean, it's a little tipsy, but... Shit. That's the gear button, not the throttle button. Perfect. 2 broke, 2 delivered. Perfect. Oh, right, fish. I mean, well, if we're going over there, I should try this mission as well. See how far I could get. And how fast. Jesus, you're gonna break 1,000? Good lord. Definitely need air brakes at that point. What these guys need? 2 fish and 3 crab. Which I can't take all at once. It's fine. Take the fish first, because otherwise it won't give me the waypoint. The last time I tried this was in the P-38, and we have truly had a revolution in propulsion technology since then. One crab. Right, just one. There's no longer dead time in the middle of a flight for me to look at the map. Oh boy. More food. Well, I guess I got the plane for it. 5 crab. Well, if you're paying, customer's always right. That's what they say. I should try taking off backwards. No, not allowed. But like, I would definitely be able to. If the physics worked. The way that they should. That's pretty fun. Even though my back end looks like shit. It definitely flies good once you get the hang of it. See, the back end looked kind of funny too. We put it together and when we got through. That's when we noticed that we only had one tail fin. You're right, Johnny Cash, I do only have one tail fin. I'm supposed to. Unlike a Cadillac, I'm supposed to. Now the fruit is like 70 seconds. So, as long as I can... As long as I have enough fuel, we should be fine here. Lord, this thing is fast. How many fruit? 2 fruit. Impressed that the game can support that as easily as the little day routine chugging around at 80 knots or whatever. It's impressive. Simple art style, but still. The radioactive waste, by the way, is the next weight check. It's 600, not weight, but cargo space. It's 600. Okay, they need 2 fish. Got it. Got it. That one, that might be a little bit of a stretch. We'll see. The fish is like, is it 50 something seconds? So maybe. Maybe. Oh boy. That is a longer hop than the fruit was. But the fruit, there's plenty of time to spare. Jesus Christ. Coming in from fucking... Get my re-entry right here. We made it. We made it. That one was tighter. That's like 20 kilometers. So 60. Let's go. I like how that never speeds up. It takes its sweet time to give you your nice big reward. Okay. Let's do that. First, this. Well, I got syringes to here, I think. Well, I got syringes to here, which is really not that much closer. So. But yeah. I did a bunch of... I did like all the heavy lift stuff with the YC-14 on my own time. All the water and stuff, it's all done. Although some of these places might give me more quests when I finish these. That might require me to pull out something bigger. Let's see. More chemicals. All right, bro. Does the sun always stretch in the corner of the screen, or is it just when I'm going fast? Or is the game just like always fisheyed? That seems less exaggerated than when I was going fast. So they might like stretch the field of view when you're going fast. That'd be interesting. So you gotta hug the ground with the special terrain following radar. Very useful. Okay, you're happy. Only thing then is 4 syringes. With the explosion site, which could theoretically be 1 trip. But I have my doubts. Okay. No rush, there's plenty of time. There's plenty of time. Don't look at the timer. Don't look at it. Okay, 1 broke. That's fine. That's fine. Just gotta carry more as, you know, insurance. That's how it works. That's... Why develop better, safer packaging? Just send more of this stuff. It's attrition. That's... I mean, what do you expect? What do you expect? What I really need to do is do this and throttle up at the same time. Oh, but I can't do it too early. Okay, well, we got 3. If I actually hit the throttle up button, it kind of messes with that menu, so I can't actually do it at the same time. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What's the problem? Yeah, I'm Is that the only thing left to do? Okay. Well, I guess these missions go quick, don't they? When they have to. That terrain following radar to good use. The silhouette on the shadow on the ground looks dead right, but the actual plane is really janky, if I'm being honest. Okay. 265 scrap, good lord. Big landing gear, of course. Big wing. And beyond that, we're pretty much set. I got all the wings. Got all the cockpits except for the Bell X1. Which does have more carpet than this. I mean, there's all the electronic stuff still, but I don't care about that. Not at the moment, anyway. F-111-ish. Okay. Now we need a heavy lift aircraft. A 600. And for that, big wing. It does have fuel in it, which is nice. $90 lift. That's ridiculous. Okay. Okay. They're a little short and they're the wrong shape, but my idea for this one goes something along the lines of this. Right. They're definitely too short. Like, these are airliner wings. Private plane at best. Right, it used to have this weird cockpit. But if I do that, and I could even use 8 of the small jet engines, so we make like a miniature B-52 almost. That's a good picture. The Flying Fortress, the Super Fortress, and the Strato Fortress. And it's not hard to do because it's basically just a tube all the way back to here. So J-dams. And they do have external hard points, which is like they have 4 sets of hard points. Oh, and they have landing gear way out here, which can exploit. Although these wings aren't gonna bend the way that those do. But yeah, there's landing gear like in this pod here, which is weird. So if I angled the wing down, then I might be able to do something there. But that would definitely be better than just more stable than just the 4 on the actual fuselage. There is a little bit of a belly, maybe. Like it bellies out and then... And if I did that, I could make it shorter. Maybe. But the top is pretty much straight. The question is whether you include the whatever high-tech radar system is housed in there. Synthetic aperture radar or whatever. Depends on the model, of course. The old one doesn't have it. We could go for a little bit of a belly. And there's a little bit of a slab-sidedness to it as well. Could do that. Yes, it's a little bit... Of course, it's an earlier version. Oh, I've heard about this. I've heard about this. I mean, this is what happens when you have nuclear-armed bombers in the air all the time as a deterrent. That's what happens. Who? Lois Lane is the granddaughter of this pilot. Huh. Yeah, the continuous flow of staggered nuclear-armed bombers on a ladder route into the Canadian Arctic and back. Which I think we're still doing. Yeah, and that's not the only incident like that. Yes, if you look at this right here, you can see it's a little bit slab-sided. So I could definitely give it a little bit of a belly. Okay. And my wings are not that big, but we'll see what we can do. Oh, is this a fuel tank out here? Maybe I should put a fuel tank and then a landing gear. But that would look right. A tip tank. Yeah, that would look to put one of those streamlined fuel tanks out here. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Let me... The big wing is disappointingly small. but let's see what we can do. There we go. Okay. That's what we're looking at. They're gonna have to be way closer together. We'll see. Okay, so okay. I mean, it really doesn't look right with this cockpit, but I wonder if I could sort of fare something into the cockpit somehow. I don't know. Oh, I can't. I can't move the orientation of this. It's unfortunate. That's like the right profile. It just needs to not look like shit in the way that it comes out of the cockpit. But it kind of does look like shit. Is that? Oh, that's one bigger. Okay. Problem is if I make this big fuselage here, then we're gonna have a lot of storage space burned up already. Okay. course, you can see it through the cockpit. Wait, I can move the... Oh, I can do it. I can do it. Okay. Undo. So what I actually want then is this shorter. This is the profile that I want to achieve. And then well, start over here. Okay. All right. Then if I just lower this so that it lines up, hopefully. Okay. We add another piece. Which okay. Okay, and then we just need to make, of course you can see it in the cockpit. Oh, I just realized. Okay, so it should be full size. What is back there? And then I just need to make it work in this dimension. I mean, like I want to bring it forward to fix the fact that it's got such an undercut, but then that causes problems up top. I guess if I... We're gonna need more than one piece here. That's all right. So let's do that. And then just don't look in the cockpit. Just don't look. Nothing to see in there. Should actually be maybe a little bit shorter even. Okay, and then this. Okay. Oh boy. So this needs to be wider. Here. But then maybe? Yeah, but it's still got such a fucking underbite. Let me... Oh, see, now I've just extended the previous. Well, in that case, maybe that should be lower and or bigger still. Also, that would fix some of the... Okay, but shorter and okay. Great. Wonderful. So we made it wider, shorter. Ooh. I mean, I've seen worse. It's a little bit of a weirdness here. It's just got sunken cheeks, all right? That's the problem. So, But that almost makes it look more like it has... This belly is what we're kind of struggling to achieve. It's not terrible, but it almost makes it look like it has the like radar pods here or whatever. Almost. Maybe if you paint it gray, it'll look better. Maybe. 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 Okay. Now, in terms of fuselage length, it's a bit of an open question, I think. But it basically just goes... It's straight from right behind the cockpit all the way to like the rear landing gear. Right? This section is basically completely straight. And then we go up into this place where the tail defenses once were. Yeah, see, it's straight. And the curve begins. The top of it goes completely straight all the way back. So that is important to note. But I'm kind of just gonna... I mean, that's already 600, basically. But if I... shorter than that. It's the minimum width. Oh, we could go like that size, and then I can do something to make it look a little better. Because it's supposed to be enough room there for a turret, right? And then probably... Yeah, yep. That's straight. This is a little drastic. Well, if I just lengthen. We're already at like 667. But even, like, if you look at this schematic, that is nowhere near long enough. Right? Nowhere near long enough. But as with a lot of things in this game, we're just making a chubbier version. Nothing wrong with that. Oh. Can't see all of that. Yeah. Needs to be much longer. But, you know, I mean, the wings are too short, so maybe the fuselage could be too short, too. Speaking of wings, let's see how they look. And they need to be around here. Okay. And I can angle them down. That'll definitely help with the impression. Even though they're the wrong shape. They are the right angle. It's just that they need to be they don't come to a point, right? Squared off at the ends. But if we look at that's about the wingspan. It's about the same. So if you do that, and then compare the length of the fuselage, that is pretty close. So, like, proportional to the wings, the fuselage is actually about the right length. Would it be possible to ease this transition a little more? Perhaps. Why did I put a separate piece here? Be the same as this piece. I mean, maybe if we went out a little further. That definitely improves things. Makes that look curvier. And this. Actually, I can lower this a little bit. Now. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Because that transition is a curve. It's not like it's not like the sharp corner with the ramp that we had on some of the cargo aircraft. Or that we have, I should say. Okay. Put the inspiration back up. Alright, so let me make this look like there's a... That's not bad. That's not bad. Let me look. I mean, there are so many different versions. Here's a good butt shot. Honestly, it kind of needs to stay straight more. So if I did. Well, it does level out a little bit. Way at the end. What if I... No, that would... Maybe I should just do that and call it good. Might be the best. Because it really is, like, it doesn't come to a point or anything. It's just, whether there's a turret there or not, it's pretty squared off end. Kind of. Okay, big tail wing, probably. Yeah, for once it's the right size for what we're doing. And that is... Oh, substantially farther forward, actually. That's a good shot. So yeah, there's a decent amount of plane behind the tails. This is a much better match than our wings are, that's for sure. This tail plane. Okay. So this needs to go that far. Like maybe halfway along that section. let me just sync it a little bit. That looks good. That looks good. And then the horizontal stabilizer is actually pretty low, it looks like. It's pretty much centered in this little area. A little bit. Well, it's like centered here, but then below center here because the tail is coming up. So there maybe. So come in. And they do have a rake to them. Actually, these are closer. Should I be using this? I almost think I should. Few different versions, but well, some of these pictures are of prototypes. Ah, okay, so the later version is 52H. This is longer. It's not any taller, I don't think. But if you compare this to like this might be taller, actually. And then they just squared it off a little bit. That's interesting. That's interesting. So I think I should be using these delta wings, actually. Well, but it kind of depends. How big they are compared to these ones. No, I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Let me... Yeah, it's not horrible. Should go up a little higher. Actually got an angle to them. Is this one asymmetrical? I think it is. Maybe I should be using this one instead. Well, then that looks... Options are pretty limited. But hey, it's early access, what do you expect? We'll go with these. And then these I want to rotate forward a little bit. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. The wings do not actually meet. Like this fuselage along the top, you can very clearly see in that picture. There's fuselage above the wings, essentially. So, we'll do that. Again, they are at the correct angle, which is nice. So I don't have to adjust that. That's about right. I think I want to move them a little bit forward. Oh, I wanted to rotate them down. Right. What about that? That just doing that makes it look a lot more like a B-52 and a lot less like a civilian airliner. Might adjust that based on how we end up with those landing gear out here. Okay, now let's look at engines. We're gonna be able to do the double twin, the 8 engines. Maybe. Maybe. This is going to be a little bit cramped, that's for sure. Actually, what I want to do is adjust this a little bit. Did I even do anything? I don't know. Maybe. No, I think... There? now. Okay. That's good. Wrong shape and too short, I know, but they're the biggest wings we got. So I think you're like supposed to put one of these puppies like so, right? That's not what we're doing here. So what can I use? As a strut for those engines. That's actually too big. So is that. This only has strength 6. A lot of things are too big. boy. Okay. Then of course they need to this. How does it? Can't have it too low either, because we are just making a miniature, basically. The fuselage is too short, the wings are too short. But it's fine. That's pretty big. Big. Too bad. Probably can't mirror. I can't mirror the mirror, unfortunately. But if I just move those closer together, there should be room for another set. I have no idea. We might be overpowered at that point. So, these things are pretty efficient, which is nice. Both weight and fuel efficient. They're half the weight, but provide more than half the thrust of these. They do, however, have the same fuel consumption. So the big ones are more fuel efficient, less weight efficient. But these need to come way further forward, actually. So let's do that. What they need to be. Like the back of the outer engine is in front of the wing. If you look at this schematic here. Like it's the back of the engines is pretty much in front of the wing. That's how far out it comes. So shorter. Probably goes further back, I would say. If I could, like, bring it into this thing, right? That would be cool. Also, are we straight? Yeah, we are. Okay. But then it would be... Then it's pretty far in. and it's coming out the top. Okay. That's about right. That way. And then we might just have to live with that being how it is. But the other set on them might break 700 cargo space, because for whatever reason these do count. I think we could actually bring this back. Oh, come on now. Come on. And then put it in. We can't mirror. Well, maybe we could. Maybe we could mirror. Yeah, I think we could. I think we could. If I get him right where I want him. Together. And then we can set it up here. I like it, except we've got a problem here. We maybe need multiple segments of... Because, like, I really want to... Maybe if the whole thing was just that? Might not look terrible. Obviously I need to get it underneath the wing. That's not the end of the world. The end of the world. I actually think it needs to be a little bit less angled. That's not terrible. think we're gonna have to move him further out, though. To have enough room for the other set. That's fine. That's fine. That's just fine. Alright, now where's the copy paste button? The real problem is that I can't move these out any further. I mean, I can, but then it starts looking weird. They're actually supposed to extend further forward than they do behind, but then... Well... Could maybe do something about that. Could maybe. I think these should come in a little bit still. Maybe that far out. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. Done touching those, hopefully. I mean, I've seen a lot worse. It's a lot better than what we had with the F-111. That horrible box of the fuselage. Okay. Nope. This one. Interesting. The inboard one is actually angled slightly more. Because it's at the same height, but the wing is dropping. I don't know if I can really replicate that sort of detail here, but... See here? The inboard one, inboard engine strut, is slightly steeper because the engines are supposed to be at exactly the same height, so this strut has to be taller. That's interesting. Okay. These are the kind of details you never see until you try doing some bullshit like this. That's why that's why people do model making and stuff, right? Okay, well, let me get my engines set. Onto the plain penis down here. further back. Oh, and a little bit lower too. I'm centered on that front surface. It's just touching. That's a little too close. Yeah, that's maybe a little further back still. Okay. Now this one we probably can line up with that. Oh yeah. Well, see. This one needs more drop because the engines need to be in line with the other ones. So we do have that problem. Maybe I should lift the other ones slightly. Shit. That's pretty good for the spacing. For what we've got available. I need to move the inside ones a little bit further forward. But oh. Yeah, see the inside one is steeper. Just slightly. We have replicated that detail. Love to see it. Yeah, these need to be right about there. Okay. That looks pretty good. This is probably going to be overpowered. We're almost to 700. Almost to 700 card capacity. But I mean, obviously every dimension is shorter. Except for the width of the fuselage. But I think we're doing pretty good. I need to fix this problem. Because the fuselage is the crutch upon which this game is built. At this point. Be bigger than that. Okay. Shit. Thank God for the undo button. Okay. It actually needs to be even bigger than that. Or maybe it just needs, well, I know what it needs. It needs to be taller, not wider. Okay. Oh, got the wrong piece. Okay. Well, doing what we can here. Doing what we can. Just because those stupid rectangular attachment points on the tank, which like we could just live with, but where's the fun of that? Is that the same? No. And I can't really ease this at all because we're just gonna live with the shitty design of this fuel tank. We're just gonna embrace it. That's fine. It really isn't. It really isn't. But it's fine. Okay. Landing gear. They are supposed to be... front ones are pretty far back, actually. Like, they're basically at the front of the wing root. I'll fudge them forward a little bit. Of course. Well, they are actually... yeah, those are too big. Oh, these are the same size. whatever. But these are, it's just one set of dualies for all 4. But I mean, if there are 4 of them, might be enough. And they are pretty low profile. Okay. The rear ones are about... Actually, the little landing gear on the wings are... that come out of these pods, tanks, whatever, are actually just slightly behind the rear landing gear on the fuselage. That's how swept the wings are. But I think I will fudge them back a little bit. Oh, what now? Okay. It's better. Because where's the center of gravity? I might just put him back here. Okay. Oh, and they should be... I should spread them as much as I can before they start peeking through the sides. Okay. Very good. And then we'll have... Like, I could just... It's not actually supposed to hit the ground. Unless the wings do sag. But if I'm... That outer landing gear is just... But, well, maybe the wings do sag. When the thing is stopped, at least. Static display. Love to see it. But I think, like, when it lands, the wings are up because they're still generating lift. So those... Well, these aren't touching. So originally, maybe they weren't. But the later ones seem to be extended. No, that one's... Are they adjustable or something? Yeah, here's one either landing or taking off. And it's up in the air. But it's out there as like a safeguard, which you do want. But here, it's, well, these look like they're, are these like separate props that they've put in? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Anyway. the purpose of this game, I feel like I want them to actually touch the ground. And I don't think the wings flex in this game. That's the other thing. So, oh, that actually shows how, like, the floor is moving as I move this. So if I bring that up to the point where it's hidden at least. Then it is up in the air, but not by much. So I could lift these more. Like, how high would we have to go? I mean, that's not unreasonable right there. And that really would help with stability. These, I think. Shit. Okay. Oh, well, they can be. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. I think that's good. What do we think? I mean, like everything else we build, it's a stubbier version of the real thing, but I think it gets the job done. And the paint scheme is easy, because it's just gray, 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 gray. Gray everything. Now it's looking the part. But again, the control surfaces aren't playing along. The sad thing is that I don't think the modern ones really have any insignia. Back in the day, they still had the this dealio, which I put in some of the other planes. This one has one on the wing. But the picture on the top right doesn't have that. This one has it. Yeah, and there's no, just like the tail number and USAF. This one doesn't have anything. The NASA one has it. That's funny. But yeah. I mean, could put one on, maybe. There's not a whole lot of room on that wing, though. Maybe it's fine. Oh, I missed this. It's good. This gray be better? need to make sure I get that one. I don't know. Maybe? So I need to adjust here just slightly. Nah, I prefer the darker gray. Shame about the front of the wing there. That'd be nice to have darker. That's pretty good. I'm much happier with this. The biggest problem is the wings, the commercial airliner wings, and there's not a whole lot you can do to cover that up. Like, I've shoulder mounted them, angled them down, but there's only so much you can really do. All right. If I line the, no, I think they should be a little bit higher actually, because I have the front gear. It's just slightly lower to lift the nose intentionally. I want these to be closer to where the rear gear is, and I don't want these to hit first. And again, I don't think the wings flex in this game, so that's not a consideration. Okay. B52. I think it's good enough. We don't have to say ish. Yeah, the wings are the biggest problem. Followed by the weird square mounting brackets for the fuel tanks. Followed by these struts are actually pretty good. The third most problematic thing is probably the nose situation. But I'm pretty happy. No, I'm pretty happy. Actually, this. Not that. This. Just a little bit. Okay. Will she fly? Oh, I didn't I didn't hit the tail turret with the dark paint. Okay. Yeah, she's setting down on the back wheels pretty hard. Oh, she'll fly. She's actually a little bit heavy. That's surprising. Thought with 8 of those engines we'd be overpowered from now. Okay. What is the weight? 95.8. Okay. Well, let's see if she can handle the radioactive waste. I like how he hit the ground at the tail, took me off. That's funny. Yeah, I was concerned 8 engines is too many, but it really isn't. Definitely not. That does look pretty good. I'm pretty happy. Yeah, we burn a lot of fuel lugging all this around too. Okay. I mean, after flying the F-111 or whatever. This thing definitely handles differently. I mean, she doesn't have a problem taking off. It's just the it's just the fuel consumption from using all these engines to carry around, because the large engine is more fuel efficient. It's just less weight efficient. Well, that'll happen. It's adding quite a bit of weight. Oh, she'll fly with it. She'll fly with it, no problem. Just not very far. Just not very far is all. Oh, come on, come on. Can we get to the... Okay. She'll fly, it's just, it's just a fuel problem. So, let's add some... Actually, what I should do, let me bring that picture up again. I should move the engines further out so that I have room for that hard point that's supposed to be in here. Right? That's what I should do. Okay. No, this one. How's that? I mean, the geometry is correct. It's just the distances are too short. Okay. And these are only added 1 weight each, so. Well, I think it's 2.2 counting the fuel, but still, it's fine. Not a problem. So we can pretend we have undermounted munitions, like, well, this one, the static display has it, right? They got, what are those? And then there's a separate thing there. I don't think this goes here, though. I think this is... These are different from these, but I don't know. I don't know what they are. Like, they got the stealth shape. These might be LRASMs or something. Or they could be the JSMs. Those are lighter weight. Norwegian ones. Here's the hard point with just JDAMs on it. Just guided bombs. This guy has something there. This one has an X-15 mounted there. And yeah, there's the one with like drones mounted there as well. This one has what appears to be empty hard points. Not sure what the deal is there. Well, it is over the Persian Gulf, so maybe that's a hot photograph. Anyway, so we can pretend we have LRASMs or whatever. Enough. Okay. Save again. I feel like this should be a little bit further forward, actually. Okay. One more time. Yeah, there's not, because these wings generate so much lift. Like, the thing is heavy. But we got enough lift to handle it. It's just a question of this swarm of angry bees, these 8 small jet engines, chewing through all the fuel before we can get anywhere. Yeah, that's gonna be a regular occurrence. Prepare. Taxi's a lot better than some of my other designs that don't have outriggers like this. So that's nice. Alright. Just taking her a while. It's no rush. Yeah, we're gonna have to land here. That's alright. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I've never had a fade to black before. Islands are safe again. We did it. Roll credits. That's cool. No notes, really. Just keep working on the game. Add more parts. That's all I want. Well, what the hell do we do now? Let's see. Probably giving us like exactly enough for all the parts. Solar panels. It's a rotation joint. No. No. We could have the Bell X15 mounted on one of the hard points. Maybe. That would be fascinating. Or the X15. I don't know if it's the Bell X15. It's the Bell X1. Oh, there's not enough. There's not enough. Well, there's more scrap to find out in the world for sure. What the hell do I do with this, though? Like... Oh, who cares if it has wheels? Goodbye, everybody. Well, that's very energy efficient. Just an infinite balloon. That'd be better. Wait, how do we end up here? I should put it on the other side so we can look down. Alright. Wait, I actually have some degree of... That's fascinating. Well, maybe we need... Well, who says we need 2 of those? We just need 2 little ones. Ooh, yes. Yes. What else do you need? Oh, that's not actually enough. ultimate vehicle.
Looking for a little sign of life, hoping I feel brighter on the inside. It's looking like we're gonna make a new start tonight.
Bye-bye, Earth. I think it automatically orients you in the direction of travel, which is interesting. Which kind of messes with the way that balloons should work. Well, I'm going to take a break, and we'll see if we get to space before I get back with the power of balloons. Still climbing. No, I have learned, because I was messing around in Sandbox a little bit, I have learned that once you get past 10,000, there's no way to tell how high you actually are. It's just... I think that's like the whole map down there. That's square. But it could be... like the skybox is a little bit murky. Intentionally so, I think. But yeah, so it just resets. So you don't actually know how many tens of thousands feet high you are. Which is funny. Alright. I will take a break, think about what to do next, and let me know if we get to space. I'll be right back. So we're rising at about 100 feet a second. So if it's been like 200 seconds over 3 minutes, it's probably been longer than that. It's probably been 5 minutes at this point. 5 minutes is 300 seconds. Times 100. Is 30,000? Is that correct? 4 zeros? But it's faster than 100 per second. We're at least at like 50,000 by now. And though the clouds are all gone, interesting. Well, this is the void of space then. It's just blue instead of black. And there's no stars. It's just the sun that never moves. Alright. I love that I can still do this. So I've decided that I need to make up for the very American focus we've had for a while now. Like the P-38, the C-17, the the C-47, the YC-14, the F-111, the B-52. We need to make a... And I don't think it'll be particularly difficult. Because this thing is quite round. The Tu-22, not the Tu-22M. Because we don't have engines that look like that. We don't really have engines that look like this, but we can manage. This, I think... No, we've done enough American things, alright? More than enough. So it is a bit sort of graceful. So it's basically straight back to the end of the wing root here. That's what it looks like. And then it starts very gently tapering off. It is a very curvy aircraft. This thing I don't think was very successful. Like both the speed and range that have been expected, it was also a difficult design to fly and maintain. Later adapted for other roles. I mean, I guess. I guess if you had to pick one reconnaissance aircraft as the epitome of the category, I guess it would be the SR-71. Anyway, that we definitely can't do. Don't have those engines. Or those wings. And that fuselage would be hard. Anyway. Widespread unserviceability and several crashes. Tendency for aerodynamic heating of the aircraft skin at supersonic speed. Okay. Which distorted the control rods and caused poor handling. Oh, good. The landing speed was 100 kilometers an hour greater than that of the previous bombers. And the Tu-22 had a tendency to pitch up and strike its tail. That's a problem that can very much happen in this game. In fact, we were striking the tail with the takeoff on the B-52. Okay, so let me grab some of these. I mean, you can tell it wasn't very successful because there aren't that many images of it in flight. That's usually a bad sign. I mean, it is a Soviet aircraft, so by comparison to the American stuff, we've been looking at it. Of course, the problem is when you Google Tu-22, it just gives you Tu-22M. Because, oh, here's a good comparison. This even has the F-111 in it. The Tu-160? Well, that's basically like a B-1. Like it even has the 4 engines. That's interesting. I'm not familiar with that one. But it looks very similar to a B-1. Just from this silhouette. Here's a Tu-160 next to a Tu-22M. Very strange that this is supposedly just this modernized, because it very clearly isn't. So, but yeah, they have some big anti-ship missiles that are supposed to be carried by these guys. Basically, like, because we have big ships that they would like to hit in certain circumstances. So they have these big carrier killer missiles, and that's what the Kirov battlecruisers are built around. It's a massive battery of ship-killing missiles. Yeah, there really aren't... like, here's an illustration of it in flight. This is a picture of it in flight. That counts. Okay. It can fly, confirmed. But compared to the number of Tu-22M pictures that are showing it, like with the afterburners and everything, Tu-22M is out here looking very nice. But anyway. So let me grab this. And this. not in flight, but that's a good side view there. It almost looks like I should be flaring the fuselage out from like immediately. Abaft the cockpit, which you can do with this cockpit. Kind of works, but maybe if we went to like there, it might be. I should maybe just make it straight. The problem is you have that, like, yes, the whole thing is getting bigger, but the top is straight because you have the cockpit and then you have that little spine running back, which I can't really make that. So, I mean, I could, but like then I would have to, that would be a whole mess. Okay. Maybe it should just be straight. And then really, the length here is going to be dictated by what wings I'm using. Now these wings are a pretty good fit, I think. If you go to this image. They're not long enough, but when are they ever in this game? Right? Like the only thing longer are these. And that's, I don't want to use those. So I think these should be, nope, definitely at the right angle. Should be about there, and of course they need to be lower, because as much as I love my shoulder wing designs, this is not one of them. And then I do think immediately after, like immediately once we're past these wings, the taper begins, I think. There are a couple different variants, it seems, but they all look pretty much the same. Like this one is the blinder, whatever that means. Anyway. Actually, I think I should go in more to sort of hide the... Yep, okay. Okay. And they are pretty much level. They're actually angled down a little bit, the wings. But maybe inflate their level. Looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Okay. Now. Tape. Should we be... Tail is really not that long by comparison with like we go back to, I don't want to keep switching them by hand like that. Like once you're past the wings, there's not that much air. There's about as much aircraft behind the wing roots as there is in front of them. So yeah. What does the tail even look like? Does it come to a point? Like, what do we... Oh, interesting. It's a little bit tall. So these tail planes, I think, are on about the same level as the wings. So it comes to a... It flattens. Kind of like the B-52 did. Yeah, because there's a turret back there. But, okay. So what I'm going to do... Like this right here is the actual fuselage. And then these are just mounted onto the stabilizer. And that's how I'm going to handle it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, but it's really hard to get a view of like how that is supposed to work. So we need to end up like that, basically. But probably... Well... I think we need to start this whole thing earlier. Yeah, the tailplanes are really supposed to be kind of on the same level as the wings. But I don't know how. Maybe I should just be... Maybe I should just have this a little bit taller still. And then I think we need an intermediary here. Shorten that a little bit. Okay, and then we need to start flattening, basically. Yeah, this needs to be shorter. Like, a lot shorter, actually. Like, maybe that short. I mean, that's a nice curve that I've got going. I think that this needs to be a little bit longer. And then maybe? It's hard to say. Let's put the big tail wing on. And that is definitely the one. No doubt. Okay. And the engines go, well, kind of like that, except the other way around. You can put them there, that's fine. They do automatically go straight, which is nice. And yeah, they probably should be that way around. Obviously, they're not round like the ones that we actually want. We've had worse. We've had worse. Maybe I should be... Well, but I don't really want to lift the tail, because then my stabilizers can be even higher. They're already going to be higher than they should be. Maybe they should be the other way. Like that. Nope. 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 Definitely not. Okay. Out so you can't see the wing in there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, in real life, they're canards or whatever. It's pretty small. Also, I should sink this further down because it's not supposed to be that tall. What else do we got? I need, like, these canards, except they're the exact correct shape. They just need to be, like, twice as big. Unfortunate. Also, the engines are not that big. Like, you can see on the silhouette, this whole thing, here's the engine. The tail looks bigger than it is because you're looking at the engines. Which is not really the case here. But yes, the glider wing, 1.1 strength. Perfect. Way too big. Nope. It's really this or this. And I think it has to be this, just on size grounds. It's not too bad, as long as I make this look smaller. Might be alright. Now let me fix the engines here. We need that. I think it's pretty damn close. Now where the hell am I going to put the gears? They are in these like pods on the wings that extend out behind the wings. which is interesting. But my center of gravity is there. Okay. Well. These should be lower if I can do that. Not horrible. Look at this drawing here. Tail should maybe be a little more angled, but the other tail pieces are also the wrong shape. So but here you can very clearly see these gear modules. But we're going to have the same problem they did with tail strikes. Center of gravity is here. So maybe I can fudge the wings back a little bit. Let's see. This I think we should angle. Oh shit. Damn it. I love that sometimes when you rotate things, the axes about which they move also rotate. I love that. Okay. I think these should come back a little bit. The nacelles, or whatever they're called, are like fully behind the vertical stabilizer. So, well, this should actually go forward a little bit more as well. Okay. Can I sink these any lower? Not really. That's good enough. That's good enough if we bring back up the this picture. That's actually quite reasonable, I think. Given the limitations that I'm working with here. Okay. Yeah, I am gonna fudge the wings back a little bit. They are maybe a little bit too far forward anyway. Gears. These should be fine. Right where they actually were. But I'm not gonna be able to make a pod to encase them. I mean, I could, but it would just look weird. These wings are kind of too thin to be able to conceal anything, so. See how that looks. It'll look real sketchy on the ground, but maybe not in flight. We'll see. And then the front gear is like right under the cockpit. Can move it a little further forward, I think. I mean, that's fine. Oh, we actually want this higher, right? Right. I guess that's fine. It's fine. All right. So again, I lament the absence of a 5-pointed star in the decals. But oh yeah, there's supposed to be one on the tail. Right. Right. The tail and both wings. Okay. Okay, we can at least hint at that. Yeah. It seems to me like in Soviet service, it was always just polished metal like this. This is like the only picture of it in flight in Soviet service. Pretty sure. Good view of the landing gear pods here. And the tail. My engines are a little small, but again, you know, I think it's pretty good. And yeah, the cockpit is a little bit weird. But I'm happy. A lot happier than I was with the F-111, let's put it that way. So it just needs to be gray, and going by this picture, having white accents like we randomly have in this game, it's perfectly fine. So yeah, it's so weird because there's got to be some sort of political reason for, because like there's all these variants of the Tu-22. This is the Tu-22 PD, right? Let's go to variants. The B blinder, the A, which is the one sent to Libya that we have that picture of being intercepted by an F4. The M, the R, the RD, the RK, reconnaissance. The U trainer with the additional cockpit. How many seats does this thing even have? I don't even know. It looks like it might just be a one-seater cockpit, but there might be more crew, of course. But that explains why the trainer needs to have an extra cockpit on it. Anyway, you have all these variants that are just this with Tu-22 with a letter after it. And then what do they name the next model of bomber that is a completely different design? The Tu-22M. There's gotta be some sort of political reason for, like, oh, if we just say that it's a modernization of the previous model, then there's gotta be some monkey business going on there in the Soviet Union. I would love to know. But anyway, so we need to be gray. That gray is a pretty good analog for the polished. Oh, and the engines are white. Well, you know, I think the engines maybe are white. I think maybe they are white. Not on this one. It's kind of like that prototype YC-14 where there were random white bits on the actual thing. So this stuff in the game actually made sense. Okay, and I don't want to go to the work of making 5-pointed stars. However, we can use 3-pointed stars, and that I think is good enough. How far out should they be? Okay. And of course, no, that's red. See, that red is like a... Well, I think they do use a pretty deep red for the Soviet star. I think that's fine. And then on both sides of the tail as well. Not in that orientation, but I can fix it. And it is further forward on the tail, it's not on the control surface. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Can I ever close that one? T, U, 22. Actually, the U isn't capitalized. Because it's the first two letters of the name, Tupolev. The U doesn't stand for anything separate. I think she's gonna perform pretty well. Oh, we are gonna need drop tanks. Well, we can see how it goes. It's actually okay. All right. Same thrust as the F-111 from earlier, but heavier. Not much heavier. Not much heavier. Glides pretty much as good too. That's nice. Let's see if we can strike the tail on landing. Or not. Alright. I do like that they put the cliff in front of the starting runway, just as a like a check, just to make sure that your thrust to weight ratio is up to snuff. Now I have no idea where the weapons are supposed to be on this thing, but I'm gonna take a page out of this book right here from the Tu-22M. And I'm gonna put, oh, this has stars on the bottom of the wings too. Not anymore, it doesn't. Not in this context, but anyway. I'm gonna put 3 tanks up on, just like this. And then we could pretend they're like AS whatever kitchen. NATO could name is like kitchen or granite or something. There's different sizes of the big carrier killer missiles, but anyway. Fuel tanks. Put them in line with the gears, I suppose. That'll work. Oh, and I could raise them. That'd make it look less janky and also reduce the drag. That might be nice. These ones I can only do so much before they come through the top, though. Okay. Oh, that's pretty far still. All right. Go find some carriers to kill. Oh yeah, that's a lot of fuel. Yeah, the field of view definitely opens out. Like, the sun is way smaller than it normally is. That's funny. We are not quite as fast as the F-111, but that's to be expected. A little bit more drag, more weight. Good lord. Oh, and I wanted to try out the drag chutes as well. Because this thing, well, the Tu-22M definitely has and needs a drag chute. Those gears don't look too bad when they're closed, fortunately. Let's go on an adventure. Straight north and see where we end up. Okay. I think there's just the vast expanse of ocean outside of those 3 islands. Yeah, I'm way happier with this than with the F-111. That's how far we got. I wonder if there is actually an end to the map. Sure doesn't seem like it. But you can only zoom out so far, see? Oh, that's the one thing that I wasn't able to... Okay, well, let's see if we can find some scrap. Out in the world. Just need to find one. pretty efficient when you're not at max throttle. It's pretty nice. Got a wing strike there, not a tail strike. Alright, well, let's try the mountains. I got the map pretty well cleared out over there, too. So the scrap deposits are like an orange color, so they are pretty easy to see, especially in the white snow. But I have been over most of this area. I think. Nice to have an excuse to explore them. Did I just see something? Might have been a pine tree, I don't know. I think it was a pine tree. All right. Let's try and start a rare, yes. Wait a second. No, it's another pine tree. Another pine tree. I've had no reason to go all the way over here. Ever. But I don't think so. Maybe there is just one left because that's exactly as much as you need to unlock all of the components. With that said, I have way more transistors, or whatever you want to call them, than I need, so that doesn't make sense. Come a long way from the day routine, that's for sure. Check the desert up one more time. I feel like I saw one that I didn't pick up. because I was flying like the B-52 or something. That's why we need that drag chute. I feel like I saw one somewhere. Oh boy. Okay. Like next to one of the airports. I don't know. But it's hard because sometimes you just see something. Like you see one of the airport symbols. You're like, oh, there's loot, but there isn't. It's just the airport symbol. I mean, the desert is a big place. Especially when you're not at supersonic speed. Yeah, you can't, once you get into the big aircraft, you can't chuck them around quite as freely as the little guys. All right. Here's what we'll do. Save. Quit. Sandbox. Hills. Interesting. No, infinite fuel. That's cheating. Alright. Let's load this. And here, we have all the parts. So, right, the decoupler. What the fuck is that for? And the rotation, like maybe you could have actual pivoting wings. Maybe. But what I'm interested in right now is this guy. Because I don't know if the original Tu-22 used a parachute, drag chute, but I know the Tu-22M did. There's pictures of that, so I'm just curious how that performs. I almost never use the Y-axis, just because the game doesn't really control. It's a little bit arcadey, but that's common where it's like, you know, this is a different map. Fascinating. It's a very different map. Where's home? Home is there. So we can make it. Yeah, it's just like procedurally generated, I think. Nice. So this is just an advanced version of nice to be able to pull it back in once it's deployed. Nice. Nice. Alright. Answer that question. So I would like the 1050 minute autosave, please. Okay, answer that question. It's nice to be able to fly this thing around, I think. Even if I didn't find anything. But not a whole lot else to do until more parts and more missions and stuff get added. And it's, you know, it's a little bit simplified, it's a little bit arcadey, but that also makes it accessible, so I'm a fan. Definitely a fan. And I think we've come up with some pretty good designs here. I think I'm happier with some of them than others, but A6M, B52, pretty good, pretty good. C47, pretty good, even though it's turboprops. It's adorable, is what it is. It's a little cartoon C-47. Love to see it. This is like... I mean, I had limited tools, and I also knew a lot less. Knowing what I know now, I could have made actual French rambles. But... So I wonder... Huh. Maybe we should fix the day routine. Oh, of course I can't. Of course, why would I be able to? Nope. Oh, I can't. Okay. Right. This has to be like trial and error because I can't just mount the damn thing and then fix it. It's very frustrating. It won't be quite right. Maybe we don't need to fix the day routine. But we could make it closer for sure. This can't make it any closer. We need bigger ones of these engines. They definitely don't need to be more powerful though. Plenty powerful. This, you know, yes, it's a box, but you know, all things considered, I think it's pretty good. Like if we just look back on this retrospect. I'm, you know, really it's just the box. We don't have any other problems with this, right? Like as far as everything else goes, we've seen a lot worse. Even the engines. But like the engines are part of the reason why I had to resort to the box. You know, so... But... I think I did okay. And then... This... I could fix this now. Like I could put on... maybe these wings, actually. Swap it for the turboprop, and then you got a P-51. But yeah. This one I'm still pretty happy with. It's unfortunate that I had to resort to a piece of fuselage there, but other than that, this is one of the better ones. Like I've definitely gotten better as we've gone along here. Yeah. Yep. But this one might be my favorite. Actually. Just because it doesn't function very well on the game. It's a little too tippy. Even with the gears splayed like that. But the fact that this is real. The fact that this is real. That this is Boeing's prototype submission to the Advanced Medium Stall Transport competition. I'm pretty happy about that. God damn it. There we go. Yeah. Yep. In retrospect, I should have made these a little bit bigger, and then they would have hidden the gears better. But yeah. I'm definitely improved. This one I'm very happy with. But I kind of knew going in, because of how tubular it is, that it would work well with this game. Even though the engines are wrong. But like, other than the engines, these rear gears are a little bit weird. But that's only when they're deployed. Other than that, it's not bad. Okay. So what I would like to do now is I would like to make one last design of my own making. And I would like to escape the prison that is fuel consumption. See, this cockpit is like only designed for that one. For this, which is like fair enough because that's like Cessna. There you go. But just the fact that you can't just set this here and have it automatically take on those contours is really frustrating. What's the other options? We could feel the breeze. You know, that's always an option. Or I could go with, like, the ideal aircraft. You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. We could make a pusher. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the glider wing and the glider cockpit. Good match, I think. And of course, that's plenty of real estate for solar panels. Shit. God damn it. Also, that generates 54 lift. Nice. Shit. Right there. Shit, no. I like me some shoulder wings, what can I say? Actually, I feel like I want them lower. That's fine. That's fine. And then now usually when you have a pusher aircraft, you have like a split tail, right? No, I guess not. Well, so like the ascender is just like it just has a wing instead of a tail. Really, it has the front canards instead of a tail because it's bass backwards. But you do have control surfaces here. I have watched this video, and it's like it seems like every design iteration, they're like, we should make the front canards bigger because we don't have quite enough stability. So, it just kept growing. And then there's the Japanese one. The Shinden. That's pretty similar. It has vertical control surfaces on the wings. This is basically just experimental. I mean, so was the XP55, to be fair. Never did become a P55. But, this is in Godzilla -1, by the way. Great film. But so instead of vertical surfaces here, and to be fair, the Ascender also has vertical surfaces, but they're like further out. But instead, they've gone with this arrangement, which is interesting. So we... could go for an arrangement like that. Where the wing is like in the rear and then the... Man. Great. Well, let's give it a shot, I suppose. But I don't know what the hell I'm gonna put on them as the control surfaces or whatever. God fucking damn it, dude. Hate that. Actually weren't having that problem very much this time. But it's come back with a vengeance. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, maybe if I put them in the rear, they shouldn't be shoulder mounted. Anyway. There it goes. There it goes. I mean, I'm sure it would control just fine if I had no vertical surfaces. That looks pretty sleek. It's like an XP55 that's been on a diet. And it's been stretching a lot. Oh, you can see those. Okay, maybe I'll move them out. Because you really can see into this cockpit. Right, that's fine. I mean, the canards are like the smallest thing, really. Maybe I should just have one right here. By which I mean not right there, but I'm putting it there to get the correct angle. And actually I would prefer it to be straighter than that. Why not? All right, and then solar panels. The engine has one electricity consumption. So does the big one, actually. Which, interesting. That would be the one for a 2-engine design. But then you're talking about a different size category, and you really don't need that much thrust. Like, my goal here is to make the smallest possible thing. So solar panels. Okay, a little bit bigger than I expected. Each one of these is supposed to generate 4, or I was just thinking about how many I could put on these wings, which is 4. They generate 1/5 of a power, whatever unit that is. No, I'll just leave them. And the engine needs 1. I see. Do need to fix some angles here. So in theory, 5 should be enough. It would probably be a good idea to have more. Spare capacity never hurt anyone. Okay. No, but they also need to be in... Maybe I should move them forward and then angle them like this. Might look better. Yeah, okay. Okay. Then these ones. Oh boy, I can no longer select these other solar panels. I can select any of them separately. They are now in the wing. Okay, well, I hope you're happy. I'm not. These need to be further back. Can I undo? That? Okay. A lot of really subtle bugs like that in this interface. Okay. Good enough. Could maybe fit another one, but I will instead put some on the fuselage. Yeah, that works.
Being alone doesn't scare me. I feel so free. I don't need anyone. I want peace. I want to feel calm.
Just the size that it needs to be. Alright, landing gear. Or like takeoff gear, because we never need to land. We should just do these. Because those are it's as light as they come, really. So. And then, of course, do more like so. It looks like it might actually be enough to clear the propeller arc still, even though that doesn't matter. It's pretty close. It's a little bit iffy. Let's make it even more iffy. Okay. This does not need to be that low at all. All right. What color? I like how this looks like purple, but instead it's like hot pink. Ooh. I kind of like that orange. Electric orange, we could call it. Yeah, maybe we should back off a little bit. It's a little bit paler. It's still quite vibrant. Yeah. Why not? I would be curious to try making like a heavy lift electric aircraft. Am I gonna need batteries or what? Let's see what happens. Oh right. Invert. I don't think I do. Ah. I see. There go my solar panels. I've still got an astonishing amount of control. Okay, glider wings. Not very strong. Not built for that thrust to weight ratio. Understood. Okay. So one option is to limit the thrust of the engine, which would also then mean I need less solar panels. The other, I don't see what the use for batteries is, because like if you don't have enough power input to support your power output, then what are you even doing? Also, this is very funny. These, maybe if they were a little smaller, those would be really good stand-ins for the Stuka sirens. Yeah, like the glider wing is actually weaker than the wood wing. Let me just see. I mean, it's a glider wing. It's not built for powered flight, right? But like, what's the speed where we start to have problems? Like 90? Yeah, 90. For once, something that's supposed to control this way. Alright, but not being able to go fast is a little bit of a bummer. So, what if... Actually, I am going to set these on here because I like that angle better. Maybe they should be low down. Maybe. Oh, no. Anyway. It's gonna be tight. This time they placed like right where I would want them to be. Oh, we got plenty of space. Plenty of space. Now this thing's gonna be a fucking pocket rocket. That's good enough. Okay. Landing gear. More like takeoff gear. At least that's the hope. Oh wait, they aren't actually on the control surfaces, which would be a little weird even by these standards. Okay. Oh, what's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with you? A limiting factor is still going to be this wing, but it is 3 times stronger than the glider wing. But these canards are built for like fighter jet use, so they're not going to be a problem. Dude, what did I say? Yep. So where does the problem happen? Oh, it's 280. Okay, that's like perfectly reasonable, to be honest. All right, so the thing to do then I think, to make this even more of an elegant design, we ditch those because they look weird. You can just have the ones on the wings. And then we can limit this to... So we have 0.8 here, theoretically. This should really give me an actual percentage. I'm going to set it at like 3/4 or just below. So that we won't have wing stress problems, and we don't have to worry about, we don't have to have those janky solar panels on the fuselage. Which also lightens the aircraft, reduces drag and all that. Yep, we're not draining. And we can still schmoove. I could probably get up to that wing stress limit in like... Well, maybe we still can in a straight line. Yeah. Okay. So still a little, but that took a long time to get up that high, so that is perfectly reasonable. But yeah, like I really do appreciate, as much as you might complain about the very aggressive fuel consumption in this game, having the ability to escape that once you have these parts researched. I like that a lot. That a lot. They still haven't put out that fire even though I delivered all the water they asked for. Speaking of which, how much cargo does this thing have? 28. So less than... Oh, you son of a bitch. That's where it was. Hard to spot in the Tu-22. As it turns out. But yes, so now you can, like, Now you can see how far the map goes. That's how far I got before I ran out of fuel with the other plane. 222. But yeah. This thing has like perfect trim as well. Doesn't need any adjustment. Which is lovely. But yeah, you can make some pretty fast electric aircraft. And heavy lifting, I'll bet. You just need a lot of solar panels. I mean, you only need 5 for every engine, right? Even the big ones, which have 20 thrust. Which is, for reference, 5 less than the small jet engines. Which, with 8 of those, are just about able to shift the heaviest load in the game, so. In the B-52. But yeah. I'm definitely a fan of this game. Needs more parts, of course, but supposedly there are plans to include like helicopters and like aerial firefighting and stuff like that. More mechanics, more parts. And the helicopters, hopefully they'd be easier to control than actual helicopters. Which would be in line with how the planes control, which is very simple. But yeah. It is funny that I'm carrying fuel around for some reason. I have like 1 unit of fuel or whatever. Just because. Why not? You know? It's just the default amount for your internal fuel tanks. These eagles are a long ways out to sea. We are now past where I ditched with the Tu-22. And yes, this is as far out as you can zoom. I'm fairly certain there is no edge. Like if it's not, oh shit, I end up in the drink here. If it's not stopping me from scrolling the map, then why would it stop me from flying? So that's there could be like a whole secret continent out here, and you would have no way of knowing. Yeah, I'm happy with this. As the like there's nothing on here you don't need. Done that much for cargo space, but I'm done with all that shit, so just the minimum viable. So yeah. We can now resume the regularly scheduled programming. I have explored all there is to explore in this game, so that's good. But yeah, I've had a good time. But yeah. I'll let you know if I reach the North Pole. And how it is under the eternal sunlight. If there's any ice left. But yeah. Barring that, I will leave it there. Fittingly not on the ground for once. Because as I said, these are takeoff gear, not landing gear. Don't need to land. Why would I ever? But yeah. I've had a good time. I hope you have too. And until next time, may the sun shine eternal on your panels.